Hey there, friends. Going live here. You guys may or may not have heard that there is a shooting in Allen, Texas, to be believed to be at the Allen Premium Outlets Mall. Conflicting reports. Some are saying that they don't know if anybody's injured. Others are saying that there's multiple casualties. I will tell you, I just listened to some audio, and I can't find the audio on here. I have it on my phone. That maybe I can let you guys listen to. Let's see. Excuse me, guys. Quick note here, and I'm trying to pull it up to show you guys of where Allen, Texas is. Let's see. Thank you for that. Was TXGHO that asked that. So I'm just for the sake of showing you guys, I'm pulling that up right now to give you kind of a general idea. It's a little bit off the beaten path. That's probably why there's an outlet mall there or an outlet store there. I guess the best way to describe the location is, let's see, what was the other? I mean, you would consider it a suburb of Dallas, I guess. I'm trying to find, here we go. I've got the map right here. It's kind of on the northeast end of Dallas, more north. And let me show you real quick. And I have to cancel one screen in order to bring another one up. So my apologies for that. Here is the location right here. You'll notice my pinned mark right here, the blue mark right there. And that is Dallas area right there. So let me get in a little bit closer. So you notice this is Highway 75 or Interstate 75 over to the left right there. Plano, Texas. But this is Dallas right in the middle. My map is super slow right now too. I apologize for that. So this area right here, you can see it's let's see, at South Greenville Avenue and East Main Street right there in Allen, Texas, is where that pin is dropped. Now I'm not quite sure where the mall is, but I'm looking right here. I imagine it's probably going to be close because that is a very popular area of Allen. But that gives you guys a general idea of where we're talking about. Let me back all the way out here so you can see. See, this is Plano, Texas. So it's between Dallas, or excuse me, on the way past Plano. But if you look at the state of Texas, you can see where Dallas is, and you can see my blue pin up there where we're talking about Allen. So it gives you guys a pretty general idea of where we're at. And obviously, those of you who aren't familiar with Texas at all, as far as the proximity of Dallas, I'll show you the state of Texas and give you a general idea. Let the map finish filling in. My internet connection is kind of garbage right now. Nevertheless, that is the location right now, and I apologize for the internet speed on that. Okay, let's try to get to some details now. Let me close this one out. Let me get over here and try to find what I'm looking for. I mean, this is, when you talk about breaking, this is breaking right now because there's not a lot of stuff out. Let's see, news. And again, as I've told you guys before, I typically like to find a local affiliate because that's usually boots on the ground. In this case, with Allen being off the beaten path a bit, it's unlikely that there's going to be local reporters like right now getting there immediately. It's probably going to take a second before we start seeing a presence of local reporters there, because it's not like it's in Dallas, or like the shooting last week was in. Here we go. I got a couple right here. Fox News, Fort Worth, police investigating reports of shooting at Allen Premium Outlets. Report of active shooter, Dallas area. Let's go to that one. That one looks like both of these, I believe, are local affiliates. I'm learning as you're learning, guys. This is not a lot out about this. I wonder if this is a live stream that we can break into. Let's do this. Let's grab this. And I'm going to kill that since nobody's talking. Okay, apparently that's the outlet mall right there where the shooting took place. And they're calling it active shooter, so that tells me they do not have the shooter in custody. In most cases, they don't when they call it that. So we're looking at, looks like chopper footage from the actual. I'm going to leave it there for now. Let me see if they still. Yeah, we'll keep that audio off until maybe a reporter starts to talk. I see EMT vehicle, lots of law enforcement vehicles. Again, I'm looking at all this with you. I'm learning with you. I was actually premiering a video whenever I started getting notifications about this. So I immediately started looking into it, and here we go. Let's see. There goes one of the EMTs leaving now. Not in a hurry. So either there's nobody in there or there is a deceased person in there. I don't know if do I see lights on it? Yeah, I do see lights on it. That's not a good sign. That's someone hanging out the passenger side. So, I mean, that tells me we probably have a deceased person in there, and the person is still on the loose, because if there's law enforcement hanging on the side of that EMT vehicle, yeah, look out, I'm posted around there with guns drawn. It's obvious to me they do not look at all the people still in the stores. It's a Tommy Hilfiger store right there, packed with people inside. Tons of people, at least underneath the awning area. See a Bearcat over there. So, yeah, it looks like they do not have the person in custody. I'm going to leave it on this live stream, chopper footage, while I dig in other areas. While you guys are watching that, I will find something on this. Let me go to my other local affiliate that I had. There was another one. I've heard some crazy rumors, and I'm not even going to talk about them, about this shooting so far. Police investigating reports of an active shooter at Allen Outlets Saturday, according to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco. Here we go, ATF. Great. Happy to know they're involved. Gosh, what a waste of effort to have those guys involved. Let local law enforcement take care of that. Keep these idiots out of it. Okay, so the news heading, somebody has got to be NBC5 out of Dallas, Fox 4 out of Dallas. I'm just looking for a live coverage. These guys are usually pretty good for providing some live coverage. Okay, still police investigating shooting at Allen Premium Outlets. Authorities responded to Allen Premium Outlets to investigate a shooting Saturday morning. A few details. Let me do this. While you guys are watching what I'm watching, I want to let you listen to what I heard. Since we don't have any audio, let me check that audio on this feed. I'm sure it's still just a chopper feed. Yep, we don't need to hear that. I want you guys to hear this. Tell me if you don't think this caliber sounds bigger than a 5.56. I honestly feel like this caliber sounds like some kind of a 7.62 round. And again, not knowing the dynamics of the sound bouncing off of buildings or whatever. I mean, obviously it can change the complexity of the sound, but let me turn my volume up. I'm going to let you listen from my phone. I have a video on my phone, but I do not see it online, so I can't put it on screen, but I'm going to let you listen to the audio, and I'll put the video. It's just a video of the parking lot, so there's really nothing to see. Well, this is my mic right here. It'll play again. That's a rifle. That's without question a rifle. The round sounds kind of big, and the slight delay. Excuse me, my ear is itching like crazy. The little bit of cadence in between really makes it sound like it's a decent sized round. So that is a video and audio clip that I pulled from, I think it was Twitter a little while ago. And again, here we go. I think I might have finally found the live feed. Yes, let's see. Unless it's the same one. Stand by 1 second, folks. Where's my audio at? Hey, hello, audio. So there's no audio on this either. Just a live feed from another local affiliate. Okay. I mean, that's cool. That's what I'm looking for anyway. Just maybe at some point these folks will put this is obviously all the surrounding area. This is a different camera angle. We actually saw one chopper videoing the other. So clearly this is apparently the other chopper that we're looking at. The other one is hovering more above the mall over there. Where this one has a slightly different angle. Look at all the people. Yeah. They're pretty sure they don't have the guy. Everybody's walking out with their hands up. They haven't caught the person, apparently. Look at this police presence and the people who are filing out. They're making them come out with their hands up. So clearly we still have a person on the loose. Gosh, so limited information on this one. My goodness. I know we say that all the time, but granted, this just happened. So there's not much of anything that's available right now. Multiple injured. That's probably the closest I've seen. That was 13 minutes ago. So let's see what that says. And let's see who's sending that out. That is from the Deccan Herald. Police are responding to shooting in suburban Dallas Mall. Yeah, they're calling this Dallas. On Saturday that has left multiple people injured. No word on deaths or number of people injured. Oh, gosh, nothing there. Actually, some more anti-gun rhetoric. Wow, look at all those people filing out of there. All with their hands up. Again, pretty sure that the person is still at large. Because if they were deceased or caught, these people would not be walking out, in most cases, with their hands up like that. And that's a lot of people. Let's see. ATF responds. Great. So glad to have those guys on board. Let me refresh this real quick and see what I can find. It's a Reuters report. It's probably not worth anything, but let me look at it anyway. As always, my apologies for the lack of information, but there just ain't much coming out, man. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, bud. You know, I don't expect that, but I do appreciate when you guys support the channel. Thanks again, Robert. Really appreciate that, bud. Gosh. Of course, my friend Indiana Diesel. Thank you, Indiana Diesel. Indiana Diesel is always on the spot and always helps the channel out. And much love to you. I really appreciate what you do, man. You big supporter of the channel, and it means a lot. So looking at all this, why are they showing the rooftops? Oh, they're showing people still being escorted out. You see to the right-hand corner of your screen, there's people being escorted out. Again, heavy police presence everywhere. Law enforcement vehicles everywhere. I see people, law enforcement at the bottom left-hand corner, right above my fat head. There was law enforcement there. Details are sketchy, obviously. There's just very little coming out on that. Located 25 miles northwest of Dallas. That's the same thing. Cut and paste garbage news. Somebody's got to update their stuff soon. My guess is one of these local affiliates will definitely run a live feed soon. Let me check their audio again. Still, I guess no audio. Guess not. Yeah, still no audio. This is a live feed from a chopper at the scene that we're looking at. This is live, but no reporting. And it is late Saturday, so I mean, I wouldn't expect many of the news people to be in the office, at least no one significant. Okay, let's see. Let me try another outlet over here. I'm going to try a different search engine. Spawn reported. Shooting incident reported. Active shooter opens fire at Allen, Texas Outlet Mall. That's the New York Post. Let's see what they have to say about that. Okay, they're reporting from a local affiliate. Let me find that affiliate link and see if I can't maybe pull that up, and maybe they're reporting live. Wow. It's so unfortunate. Again, I apologize. There's no sound on this. The sound is activated. There's no audio with this chopper feed. The other chopper feed had that screeching sound that you typically hear when you have that kind of stuff. So I pulled off of that one and came to this one instead. Just searching other areas. Usually in cases like this, at least on weekdays, you have a local affiliate who is streaming live, and I'm trying to pull a signal from one of those, and it appears that there's just nobody. Again, what do we have? 5:33 p.m. Central Standard Time. That's local time. My local time is the same as Dallas local time. I'm in Louisiana, right next to them, so we have the same time. So, yeah, it's late on a Saturday. Everybody's kind of going home, getting ready to go out for dinner, drink a beer, chill around the house, barbecuing, whatever. So it's clear to me that the local news people are simply not around. So they're probably gearing up for that. My guess is we're probably going to see a live stream from an affiliate very soon, especially as this thing goes on and they don't find anybody or they haven't captured anyone. They're certainly going to want to do, okay, live now, police investigating. This might be, let's see. This is possibly it. You know, let my internet update for a second. Yes. Let's see. Yes, we do. Here we go, guys.
break room just to get everyone safe. But when you're in that situation, you
guys
don't
hear
know
that
what's
okay?
happening outside. And so there's that period where she said you heard the gunshots, but then they really didn't know what was taking place outside those walls until police could come out there and clear them. But again, you're looking at these live pictures from the chopper, and as they zoom out, you can see just how many cars are in the parking lot. You're talking about hundreds, thousands of people
packed, man.
who
Look
are
at the
there on a
cars.
Saturday afternoon.
So again, we want to just run you back through what you're looking at right here. There have been shots fired at the Allen Premium Outlets there in Collin County in Allen. The Allen Police Department is the lead on this. Several other agencies are involved in this investigation, including the ATF that is now on that scene as they continue this investigation. We are continuing to work to gather more details on exactly what the shooting
Look at all the
includes,
people, man.
how many shooters were involved.
That's
in this,
across the
if
street.
there are any injuries on that scene. And
look at all the
looking at
ambulances.
pictures now, you're looking live there, Sky
7
Rangers, over
ambulances
this.
I counted.
They're just moving the people across the street, and it doesn't look like there's anything where they're trying to take them inside. So I'm getting the sense that maybe there isn't a shooter on the loose at this point, but police haven't told us anything to let us know whether there is still a threat to the community. But you see everybody just kind of out there at this point along that area. But again, there has been a shooting there. They are confirming that this is an active shooting scene there at the Allen Premium Outlet Malls in Collin County. This is the outlet malls, assignment property there with 120 designer stores in that area. Very familiar with it, Katie, as you were saying. And now this is going to be a very large investigation that they have to deal with on that scene.
And we saw a number of different agencies. I saw Wiley on scene. You have Plano, you have McKinney, I'm sure Collin County Sheriff, just everyone in that area. That area,
there's always
in fact,
a
that outlet mall
hateful
sits kind of
lefty
right where
in the
Allen,
group.
Fairview, McKinney all
Welcome
meet.
to the group,
So you have a
748.
couple of different jurisdictions depending on
We've
which
always got room
corner
for a
of
prick.
the street you're on right there. And we also saw a number of ambulances. From our vantage point with the views we've been seeing, we haven't seen those ambulances leave the scene. But again, we know the shooting took place about 4 o'clock. It's now an hour and a half later. So we're still waiting to hear about casualties that may have taken place. But again, one of the
They don't
shoppers
appear to be looking
said
for
she
anything.
believed that there had been at least 2 people hurt, but we don't have any information confirmed by authorities. But if you're looking, just see the number of law enforcement officers we've been watching kind of walk through this area, and they generally go store by store. I also don't know, are they going through the parking lot and checking car by car?
Yeah, it looks like they're
we did see them go into
scanning for evidence the way they're walking.
But this is their process.
In a line like that,
to
it's like
clear
they're
a scene and
they're
just make
checking
sure
for
that
shells or
everyone is
whatever.
safe. No one else may be injured. And also if they have caught those that are responsible. Right now, we still just don't know. There's a lot we don't know in this situation.
And we are working to gather the very latest details on this. We have crews that are there on that scene. We have staff here at the station that are making the calls, trying to get the details that we need to relay to you. But we do want to know from one of our reporters that were there on the scene, spoke with one of the witnesses that came out of one of those stores with the police escorts, hands up. And that witness was telling her that she was in the Columbia store when she heard the shots. And she said shots multiple. She said it was like pop, 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 pop. So it was several shots that she heard. And they said it was clearly gunshots. And that's when that store, the Columbia store, went into lockdown for them behind steel doors. And she said as they were finally able to leave the store is when she saw a car that had bullet holes in it. She also saw some store windows that had bullet holes. And this witness telling our reporter there on the scene that she saw at least 2 people injured. One was there on the sidewalk. She saw one person on the sidewalk. So this is an active shooting scene that's taking place. And from our vantage, we're looking here through Sky Ranger. They're in their tactical gear. They're still on the ground out there at the malls, still taking this investigation, trying to figure out details. How many shooters, how many injuries, and what's still happening with it at this point.
And I'm trying to look at it, see if there's any area they're specifically focused on. I'm not sure if our pilot up there in the chopper has noticed if there is specific crime tape over one area, if there is a store that is the focus. It's hard for us to tell here in the studio looking at the cameras in front of us. But you can see as they pan out here, the area we're talking about and just how large it is, how many stores there are. There are multiple parking lots.
There's tape there to the left of the screen in front of those line of stores.
Okay, I'm trying to look close. Okay, so that's on the side where the Banana Republic is. So that's the north side of the outlet malls. Looks like that's the focus of it. You see that one looks like a silver car with the driver's side door that's open, maybe another car involved
this corner right here.
And the Columbia store is right across from there. And so that would make sense. The woman saying she was in the Columbia store and heard all those shots go off because they would have not been very far.
Thank you, my friend.
From right there. But again, that's the north side of the outlet
See,
mall.
this
Looks
is
like
all
the focus
taped, this
is now that we
area.
see those crime.
See the car
crime
door
scene tape
open
up
right
and
there?
The officer there, and then that silver car looks like they're in the middle. I'm going to move up here just.
I
A little
wonder
bit
if
closer
that's
so I
the
can
shooter's
see.
vehicle. Maybe he opened the
It's
trunk
the
up.
watch station is the store. Is that what that one says?
I'm trying to see. They've redone a lot of this area, but you see, there's the Banana Republic. That has kind of been a mainstay that's been there for many years. But that's again on the north side of the outlet mall. Yeah, I'm looking. It looks like there's that silver car, and then there may be an
Guys, you got to
SUV back
carry
there
all the
behind
time,
it, and it
even at a
looks
mall.
like that they may have some more crime scene tape down here. Yeah, she's zooming in now.
Front of the
So you can
H&M
see,
store
yeah, in
there.
front of the H&M where the investigators are.
More crime scene investigators arriving there, so that means they'll be okay.
that's
let's go back out to a wider
Exactly.
shot. Not
Exactly,
zoom in and
Robert.
let's stay away from that H&M area right there.
Thank you, my brother.
But right here, we just want to reiterate, you are looking at the Allen Premium Outlets where there has been an active shooting situation that took place there. And they are now investigating this. And yes, as they continue to investigate this, you're looking at police tape that is marking off some areas there in that as they
I did
continue
not
this
see this,
investigation.
but
So
got
that's right
you.
in the center of the mall. So right there in the very kind of
Tennessee Treasure
smack
Hunter
in the
says
center of
the
the outlet malls
shooter
is
is
where it
dead.
looks like they're focusing their investigation. Right here, this is video that was taken a little bit earlier when our photographers first there got on scene. Really an odd situation. And unfortunately, like Vince has been saying, we have covered so many of those. You see some people or witnesses, reporters that were there saying you see some people running out. They're, trying to get away. You see other people calmly walking out. We've seen people walking
Thank
with
you, Michael.
their hands up. Some of them in
Appreciate
large
your
groups
support,
walking
Michael. Really
out,
do, buddy.
at different times. It really just depends on
Thank you, my
sometimes what
friend.
the officers are saying to you when you're walking out. And we can let you know we're talking to our producers. They're giving us some new information that we can confirm
Thanks
that there
again,
are
Michael.
multiple victims
And all you guys.
from this shooting. That's some new information we just got from our assignment desk.
Yep. So you're looking at a live, big pictures from the scene of the Allen Premium Outlets, where there has been an active shooting there. We are confirming
Wow.
that there are multiple victims
serious?
involved with this shooting. Several different police agencies there. Obviously, Allen PD is taking the lead on this, but we know ATF has responded to this scene as well. All of the people that were there shopping are being escorted
That's
out
terrible,
of the area.
man.
It's the scene that
Thank
is
you, Gamble
heartbreaking to see.
Exposure.
We've seen it
Appreciate
so
you,
many
brother.
times during these active shooting situations. People walking out, hands up, hands on top of their head, families.
That
little
might be
kids
why
walking
we're not
with all
hearing
of
a
this, and
lot.
It's just heartbreaking to see, but it's the world we're in now. But again, there is an active shooting investigation taking place. Shots fired at the Allen Premium Outlets in Collin County there. That's Simon property.
Yeah, a moment ago, I was watching this feed and we were watching law enforcement walk out, another group, a wave of shoppers, and there was a dad with a stroller.
Mm-hmm.
And, as being a mom with a toddler, I always think of that when you go in stores and when you got the stroller and you got multiple kids,
Carry
you're
a
juggling your carts
gun.
and you're doing all the things about what do you do when that happens?
End it yourself.
What is your course of action? And it's so heartbreaking to see. And we've
Get
seen
a
it.
gun. This chick's sitting here talking about what would happen if there was an active shooting. You shoot back. Shoot back. I'm sorry, it's
Way too many
buffering.
times in our country of these situations unfolding. And when you see that large police presence there and all the different agencies, Wiley,
Go.
Plano, McKinney, Fairview,
Let me.
Collin County, ATF, we know they're on scene. And just the rush.
I'm gonna
of the
turn
different
this
agencies
audio
that
down
come
for a
to help
second.
and to respond, because when you're dealing with a situation
I
like
have,
this, you realize the law enforcement doesn't know what they're walking into.
Something just came
And
across.
you also know when you're
Police
responding
killed
to an area
gunman
like
after
that,
mass shooting
you're
at
dealing
Texas
with
Mall
hundreds,
complex
thousands of
leaves
people,
multiple dead.
and everyone is running in different directions, and it's chaos. And
Let
you're
me
not
mute
sure
that.
what you're
Sorry, guys. I'm going to mute this for a second. There's a report that just came across. Authorities with the Collin County Sheriff's Office said Saturday afternoon that at least one gunman is believed to have opened fire at Allen Premium Outlets on Saturday afternoon at around 3:30 p.m. local time. The city of Allen, located about 25 miles north of Texas, tweeted that residents should avoid the area. The gunman was killed by responding officers on the scene, the Collin County Sheriff's Office said late Saturday afternoon. The office also said children were among the multiple victims that were killed in the massacre. That's horrible. Helicopter footage taken by local station Fox 4 showed at least 4 bodies being covered by white sheets at some sort of H&M in the mall complex. Of course, they're bragging that ATF is there. What are those clowns doing? Of course, they're not showing anything there. I'm going to go back to this live report. They're probably going to read this to you.
Locked down in that store for a while. And once they were able to leave out, she confirmed that she saw at least 2 people that appeared to be shot. She saw bullet holes in a car that was outside of that area. She saw bullet holes in some store windows as they were being escorted out of that area. That's details that's coming from a witness on the scene. But we have confirmed here.
Thank you, Johnson, 11C, buddy.
Several
Makes me sick too.
in this shooting.
What an awful, awful thing, man.
There in Collin County.
Appreciate your support,
So
brother.
that is what we know right now. We're still waiting on law enforcement to give us an update. We have also seen videos on social media. I'm sure many of you have as well, where you can hear the gunshots in the background. You hear people screaming. You see people running. A very chaotic situation where people didn't really know where the shots were coming from.
Guys, if you haven't heard the video or heard the audio of the video that's on Twitter, you can't see anything because it's just basically showing the parking lot, but it sounds like a large caliber rifle. It's got a thunderous report to it. If it's a 5.56, I'd be surprised. My guess is it's a 7.62 39 or 7.62 by 51. Honestly, it sounded more like a NATO round, like 7.62 by 51. Sounded like a very big round, and it sounded like that. When you hear that report of a 308 being fired because it's a heavier round than the felt recoil and all that, it's not as fast as the follow-up. Like, it's not pop, 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 pop. It's more of a boom, 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 boom. And that's what this sounded like, the audio that I heard. My fear is that this might be a larger caliber, something that the media is probably salivating over. My guess is it's absolutely a rifle, no question at this point. When you hear it, it's a rifle. So they're going to have their gun. They're going to have what they're looking for. The media will be high-fiving each other any moment now because this is going to be the gun that they have been wanting to demonize all this time. My guess is that's probably why we have a handful of, good amount of people dead so far. It's looking like 4 so far, but we'll put it back to the audio and see if we can get more from these guys.
The side window looks to be shot out too on the back rear side door there. We do have Alana Quillen, who's on the ground there, gathered more information. Alana, what's the very latest that you can tell us about what's happening there?
Yeah, so I am standing again, as I was earlier, in this pool of people that's kind of gathered in this spot just outside of the Allen outlets. It's where they were directed. You probably saw that footage of people with
Look at all the bullet holes on the front of that
I haven't seen any
windshield
more
and the
people
side of the car.
streaming out of the outlets in the last few minutes. So there's just tons of people here. They can't get back to their cars, obviously, because it's within the outlet. So that's why they're all gathered here. But I've been speaking
The holes
with a
on
lot
that
of
fender
different
look pretty
people
decent
about some
size.
of the things that they have been seeing. And I spoke with some of the workers inside the H&M store. Now, as I understand, that is where the shooting seemed to have taken place, was outside of that store. I interviewed one of their managers who described to me seeing a woman who was shot in the arm, rushing her inside her store, locking those doors, and getting her to the back, getting everybody to the back.
Good point, heat
it's
shield.
just pure chaos. And she, as far as I know, that person who was shot is going to be okay. She was transported. But there's just more stories I'm hearing. I'm hearing of at least 2 people who are deceased. But what I'm hearing from people on the scene, based off of what they saw with their own eyes, the H&M store is kind of outside where this happened, but it seemed to, as people describe, not have taken place inside of a store, but outside of a store. They also described, just like you guys were mentioning, a vehicle that had bullet holes in it. So again, just a lot of
I agree with you there, Andy. Good point too.
A lot of concern, a lot of families reuniting with each other. No one can really leave this area because their cars, again, are inside and they haven't been allowed to go back inside as that investigation continues. So some of them are asking for rides. Some of them are trying to figure out how to get out of here. But that's what I've learned so far. I'm going to continue to walk around and talk to some more people and gather some more stories about what they've experienced. But unfortunately, it's just another one of those instances. People seem to be really tired of this, and
protect yourself. Protect yourself. Get a gun.
But that's all I know so far. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Alana, have you gotten a sense, have police evacuated every store there
Thanks, Matthew.
at the outlets, or are they still evacuating some of the stores?
Appreciate you, Matthew. Thanks for the support,
So
brother.
I was told by people on the scene that the police seem to be going store to store to clear the people who were hiding and sheltering in place, to clear each one of those stores. And they were doing that in an orderly manner, which was why we were just seeing kind of a steady stream of people coming out of the outlets and being streamed into one area, kind of near the Armani store here, and then just gathering in this area that I'm standing in. I have not seen any more people coming out of the spot that they were streaming out of in maybe the last 10 or 15 minutes or so. So I'm wondering if they have completed that process.
It doesn't work if we don't
There
carry,
are-
Robert.
there's
These
fire
people need to be
rescue here on
carrying.
this side,
They're their
ambulances.
own first responders.
There's officers with bulletproof
Thank you, Robert.
helmets on.
Thanks again,
and
brother.
vests. They're everywhere, and they still seem to be actively working whatever's taking place inside. Again, I mentioned that people described seeing two people, at least, deceased on the sidewalk outside of the stores, and they were covered. So I'm sure there's quite a scene to process in there. We're getting messages from police on the scene. They've told us to back up off the curb. They're trying to get people corralled in an area to give space to some of these emergency vehicles on scene. So there's still a lot going on. But as far as I know, I have not seen any more people streaming out. So I'm wondering if everyone was able to be evacuated now.
And Allie, or excuse me, Alana, we're about to go out to Allie in a second. But Alana, can you give me a sense? Is there, I know, are you across the street where we're seeing from our vantage point on Chopper? There's an area across the street. Is that set up as like a reunification center? Is that where you're at right now?
Yes. I don't know if it's a reunification center because, again, a lot of people were parked inside. They really have nowhere else to go. This is just kind of where they were told to go.
Okay.
I have seen people hugging each other. Perhaps there were some family members I spoke to that said they were shopping in different parts of the outlets. So once they got over here, they were able to find each other and reunite. So I think some of that was happening. A lot of people are calling for rides, and they're getting their relatives to come over here by foot and park somewhere, come by foot, get them, and then leave this area. And they might be coming back for their cars at a later time because this is obviously going to take quite some time for this investigation. But yeah, this seems to be just a gathering point for everybody who was in the outlet mall to just be here while the police continue their investigation.
Alana, as you were saying, you saw some families hugging because obviously you go to the malls. Obviously, sometimes you break off, you shop separately, so they're getting back together there. But can you give us a sense of like what is the emotion like there among those people now that they're just a little bit past this, but still in the midst of it? What kind of emotions are you seeing out there?
I mean, pure disbelief. There were people who were telling me they see this on social media, they hear about it on the news, they hear about these shootings, and they never think it's going to happen to them. They never think it's going to happen in the place that they live on a typical Saturday afternoon as they're shopping. I mean, it's a lot of people were just enjoying themselves today.
That
The
place
weather's
is
nice
packed.
and it's an outdoor outlet center. People were walking around, and this shooting took place outside, and everyone dove for cover, ran for their lives inside of any store that they could find. Talking to them now and looking at people, they're tired. It's hot out here. They're shocked.
100%,
I've seen
Sean.
a couple of people. Again,
100%.
I mentioned I interviewed some
We
of
are
the
our
folks that were
own
working
first
inside the
responders.
H&M that took in someone who was shot. I've seen some people with blood on their clothing. And they're in
Thanks
shock.
for the support,
but
Sean.
they're also grateful. Someone I interviewed
Appreciate
said they
you,
were
brother.
grateful because, I mean, even though she was covered in blood, she was happy that she was okay, and she was glad that the woman she helped is okay. And I think there's a sense of that, trying to find that silver lining here. But again, it's just shock. It's confusion. The police are still working the scene, so they haven't been able to get any sort of update on when they can leave, when they can go back inside.
Yeah. Okay. Alana Quillen, thank you very much for that live report, reporting on the shots fired at the Allen Premium Outlets that happened just about 4 o'clock there in Collin County, confirming there are several injuries involved with this. Witnesses telling her on the ground, at least 2 witnesses that they've seen that could be deceased because they saw bodies covered out there. that she
Guaranteed,
has
Mike.
reported.
And again, we haven't heard
They
yet
have
from law
signs on the door
enforcement,
there.
but that's just what we're hearing from shoppers who are there on the ground and about people being injured. So just obviously a very fluid situation, as you can see just from these images we're showing. We want to go now to Allie Spilliard. She is also there on the ground. Allie, tell us a little bit about what you know and what you're seeing where you're at.
Well, Katie, we are on Chelsea Boulevard right now in Stacy Road, and there are hundreds of people here looking at this same situation, we are a very heavy police law enforcement presence representing several agencies from state to local, and that includes surrounding cities. Now, as Alana saw, we are seeing hundreds of people in parking lots across from the mall who are gathered after they say they were evacuated and walked across the street, now waiting either for family to pick them up or to get back to their cars. I was speaking with a couple of sisters who say they were getting ready to walk into the Banana Republic outlet when they heard shots fired. They say several shots, and they saw a lot of smoke from those shots coming from the direction of the H&M store. Like we're hearing from others, they were pulled into that store and everyone sheltered together, they think for about an hour. They say that the employees in that store had clearly done drills for this, which, you know, they were reflecting on how sad that is, but that everything was handled well. Of course, everyone was terrified as this was all unfolding and still waiting for answers about what happened here. Eventually, everyone from those stores were walked across the street. One young man tells me that they were all told to hold their hands in the air as they walked in a line over here. And now they are just waiting for answers, waiting to get back to their cars. And I can tell you it's a real mess as we see a lot of traffic, people coming to pick up loved ones. And like Alana saw, a lot of hugs and reunions.
And Allie, have you gotten a sense yet from the law enforcement there on scene? I know they're very busy clearing the scene about if there's any type of command post set up, if they will be briefing anyone recently or in the next few minutes about what may have taken place there?
We've been told there will be a briefing. We are still waiting on that. And like you assume, they are very busy. I can tell you there are some streets that are blocked off and they don't even have the people really to man those right now. They're just letting cones do the jobs as they all focus
I agree, Sean.
on
I
this
think a lot of people here agree
so
with you.
hopefully we will have some answers there.
Triple tap. Thank you,
within the
brother.
next hour.
Thanks to all you guys.
And Allie, I know it took you a while just to
appreciate you
get to
guys'
that
support
area
big
because
time.
it's a busy Saturday. We've got traffic in that area. Can you give us a sense of just outside of the outlet mall, how congested that area is right now?
It is a lot of chaos. People are trying to turn into lots that are blocked off, meaning at the mall. And then, like I said, these businesses across the street, we're standing at a racetrack and a storage center, and there are people everywhere and there are cars everywhere. They are running out of places for people to park. At some point, you've got cars stretched across entire parking lots as they sit waiting for family. And of course, that's really just adding more mess to all of this. But of course, everyone is so eager to see their loved ones right now.
Absolutely. Allie, we appreciate it. We're going to let you go so you can get back to talking to people and gather more information. I'm sure we'll come back to you here in just a little bit.
Again, this has been an active shooting that has happened at the Allen Premium Outlets in Collin County. We have confirmed there are multiple injuries with this. Witnesses on the scene have told our reporters that there's 2 to 3 people that have been involved with this that could be deceased there on the scene. That's coming from witnesses that our reporters on the ground have been talking with. We've confirmed there are multiple injuries involved with the shooting that has happened out there. And right now they have moved.
Thank you, John.
Appears that they have moved everybody out of the area.
Yeah,
as
Paul
they're still
Meadows. Good stuff.
going through the mall area. We've seen officers walking down the side, walking down stores and still patrolling that area. But all of the people, looks like many of the customers and workers have been moved across the street to an area. And now they're moving even further down. It seems like they're going to a different location. As we've been covering this story, we're still working to get more details on any information on a shooter or shooters.
Thanks again, Mike.
And if the injuries
You're
involved with
100%
this.
right.
We do know Governor Abbott has put out a statement on
Everybody
this shooting,
should be carrying.
coming from his
Everybody.
office. And our hearts are with the people of Allen, Texas tonight during this unspeakable tragedy, the governor said. He went on to say, I have been in contact with Mayor Falk and DPS Director McCraw, as well as other state and local leaders, and offered the full support of the state of Texas to local officials to ensure all needed assistance and resources are swiftly deployed, including DPS officers, Texas Rangers, and investigative resources. That's a statement coming from the governor's office.
And again, right now, what you were looking at is this kind of chaotic scene just outside of the Allen outlet malls. As Allie was telling us, as Alana was telling us, they've gone through store by store and are evacuating shoppers that were there. They're moving them across the street to Chelsea Boulevard and Stacy Road. And that is where
Excellent
people
point,
are coming
Indiana.
to pick up their loved ones. As we know, all of those cars are still at the outlet mall. So even though people may have been evacuated, they can't leave. So they're calling family members to come pick them up. So as you can imagine, just a very congested and chaotic area that's all along that area around Stacy Road and 75. So you want to steer clear of this area if you can, as so many people are trying to make their way out of there. But what we have been watching here, from what we know, just to kind of recap and start from the beginning, around 4 o'clock is when we first learned that there had been shots fired at the Allen Outlet Mall. We know there was a very quick police presence there. We also know that that mall has security, that they have on-site security. I know from my own experience being there in the past that there's typically on-site security at that mall, and that we know shoppers in all of those stores kind of ran for cover, as we've heard a number of them describe, employees kind of, bolting the doors, getting them
Exactly
to the back
right, Triple
room,
Tap.
and then they
Exactly
just had
right.
to wait to see what was going to happen next until police responded, and then we're going store by store and clearing everyone out. What we have seen from our vantage point with the chopper is that a lot of the investigation has focused outside the H&M store, right in the center of the outlet mall. We know there is a silver
Lot of
car that
people
we've
there,
seen
man.
that has been shot out. The windshield is riddled with bullet holes.
Thank you,
the side
brother.
of it is riddled with bullet holes. We have seen that.
Appreciate you,
we
brother.
know from
Thanks for
hearing
the
from
support,
talking to
my
people
friend.
that they believe they saw at least 2 people who may have been shot and killed. But
I've
again,
heard
that's what
4.
we're hearing from witnesses.
I've heard 4
we still
people
don't
killed.
have any official word on casualties from law enforcement there on the ground.
So again, as you said, this happened just about 4 o'clock at the Allen Premium Outlets. A shooting there, a very active situation. This is in Collin County. We do know that Allen Premium Outlet Malls there, it's 120 outlet stores that are part of that property there. We know that they've had a lot to go through as they've been kind of going store to store, clearing all
Shooter
the people
appears
out
to
there. As
be
we said, it's a
shot by law
Saturday,
enforcement.
beautiful weather. We know it was packed out there. You can just see how many cars were out there. We have reporters on the scene that are talking with witnesses, gathering the very latest from eyewitnesses there on the scene. One lady told us and shared with our reporter that was on the scene about how she was in the Columbia store and that she heard the shots. And those shots, she described them as a pop, 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 pop. So several of those shots were fired. And she said it was obviously
If you've heard the
gunfire.
shots
she could tell
fired,
that was gunfire.
sounds like
And
a
that's when
rifle
the
to
store
me,
that she was
a
in
large
went into
caliber
lockdown.
rifle.
They were behind the steel doors, gates that they let down, and they were locked in there until they were cleared to leave out. And when she left out, that's when she told our reporter that she saw at least 2 people that looked like they had been shot involved in this, maybe deceased, and that she saw that car, apparently probably that silver one we've been seeing, because she said she saw a car that had the windshield had been shot, and we've been seeing that from our sky.
I want to do this once again, guys. I'm going to kill that audio because I want you guys to hear what I heard earlier. This sounds like, again, one of you guys made a great comment that the geometry and the deflection of the sound off of the different buildings, cars, and all that can certainly give you a different audible report of the rifle or of the firearm. The cadence of this sounds like a larger caliber than a 5.56. And usually whenever someone is shooting that smaller 5.56 round, it's a pop, 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 pop. The cadence of this sounds to me like a 308 because it's more of a boom, 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 like recovering, getting that muzzle back down. Again, I know that it doesn't quote matter to anybody, but it's something to think about. Listen to this. I'll run it again. That sounds like a larger caliber to me. That's just me.
But when you just think this is a massive crime scene that police are having to work their way through, that's why we've seen such a huge response to this, because they know how many people were in this mall on a Saturday. And then also when you're just trying to like that to make sure everyone is safe and can get them out of that area. So just a huge response from law enforcement, and still a lot more work that needs to be done.
And this is the shot we were just talking about there. That's the silver car that we were talking about. That windshield has gun holes in it. That's been shot there. That bullet holes in the windshield. And there was a side view that we saw earlier. The back passenger window side also had been shot out. So that's one of the vehicles apparently that has been involved in this, is it's part of the roped off area with the police tape. But again, We are watching NBC5. It is right now 6:02, and we are 2 hours into a breaking news situation where there have been shots fired at the Allen Premium Outlets in Collin County. We do know there are several injuries involved with this. We have crews on that scene that are talking with witnesses. Hundreds of people had to be evacuated out of this outdoor mall area. They've been taken across
If this
the
is
street.
the
As this
762
investigation continues
by
in the
39,
mall area itself, they're not allowed to get their cars. They're not allowed to go back into that area.
don't be
So a lot of
surprised if
people
this is
just
not gang
waiting to
related.
find out exactly when they can return
Just saying,
and retrieve
guys.
their articles there as this investigation continues. We are trying to reach the police department to find out more about the victims.
Willie, you better be carrying
the
over there,
shooter or
brother.
shooters that they may be looking for, or what
Keep
the
safe,
situation
my friend.
is with that.
Thank you for
But
the
again,
support,
it's a
Willie,
very
but be
active
safe,
scene. We
brother.
know that officers are very
I know
involved in
Philly's
this
kind of rough
investigation,
too.
so we'll just
Jersey,
continue
all that.
checking and trying to gather the very latest
I appreciate your
from
support, my friend.
officials on the scene and from the witnesses who saw what was happening out there. As our reporters have been talking with them, and they've been sharing their stories of hearing the gunshots, seeing bullet holes in car windows, in store windows, and even one
Yeah,
was said that
if
they saw
we're
a lady
dealing
go
with
into the store
AKs
that
here,
had blood on her
this-
repeatedly, that she had been shot.
Watch this story
we're gathering the very
disappear.
latest for you on this.
And
Because
most
right
of this
now, they're
information
thinking
is coming from people who were
this
there.
is
This
just
is
some
all information
crazy
we're getting from witnesses.
Nutbag that
because
is
law
wearing a Trump
enforcement,
hat.
as you can see, has a big job to do
If
right
it
now,
comes out that
and
this
they're
is a
probably waiting to
gang-related
give us
shooting,
information once they have a
this
better idea of
disappears.
what's going on. And right now, it's very unclear to us if they've even evacuated
Adjusting
all
my
of the
gun.
stores inside the outlet
Gun
mall.
cutter
There
in my
are, as you pointed
hip.
out, 120 stores there. They're having to go through each of those stores one by one, make sure that everyone is okay, and then get them out from the back. And as Ali and Alana pointed out, a number of the people they talked to praised the employees at these stores. And as we know of the world we live in now, every business, wherever you work, has an active shooter scenario and training that they, you practice.
A lot of these
We do
companies
it here
don't
at
let their
NBC5.
employees
We all
carry
do
a
this now.
firearm on their
And it's
side
part of our
either
lives.
during work
and
hours.
so they praise those
That
employees
needs
for
to
acting
change.
fast, getting them to safety, getting them in the
Or
back
just break the
of
rule.
the stores. As Alana spoke with one woman, that employee
Stupid
helped
rule.
a woman
how
who
you
had
die.
been injured. She had been shot in the arm and got her into the store away from the gunfire and into that store where she was safe. And they said bolted the doors and then took care of her until, an ambulance could arrive.
Again, you're watching. There have been shots fired at the Allen Premium Outlets. An investigation is continuing there as several injuries involved with this shooting that has happened there. We're still waiting to hear from police on any information on the injuries involved with this and on any details about the shooter or shooters.
So we want to listen to a witness that one of our reporters just spoke with, but we want to caution you about what she's going to say. I've been told that some of what she says is graphic, so we just want to
Exactly,
warn you.
brother.
What he says, is graphic.
Instead of waiting on cops.
It is from an
do it
employee who
yourself.
worked in one of the stores nearby. Let's take a listen to what he has to say.
We start hearing rock, rock, rock. No way. We thought it had to be roofing. He walks up, he's seeing the pillars in front of our store get hit by rounds. So it was right about then where both me and Eli, we hit the ground and we used our concealed carry weapons and we were sitting at the door.
Nice.
Man, it felt like a long time passed. Let's hit the back. So we ran to the back, barricaded it with some concrete bricks, and then right then on the security camera, thank God we went in the back at that time. We saw him walk right by, masked up, fake police outfit on, heavyset Mexican guy. We were around, boom, stop for a bit. We go up front, bear crawl to the front. I looked to the left, and I thought it was a cop at first. I seen his head shot, a lot of blood, brains, gray matter, all on the ground in front of the store.
That's difficult to hear right there, but you're listening to what we believe was an employee. Is that right, producers? Someone who worked at one of those stores saying that they heard the shots. At first, they didn't think it was actual gunfire, and then saw a person walk by that they believe may have been the shooter, may have been dressed like someone.
Story will
in law
start to fizzle
enforcement.
out
But again,
now.
Those details from someone who worked store. I'm interested to see what police will say here later about that information, because we know this is just a very fluid situation. And oftentimes, just to warn our viewers, you may see a lot of information posted on social media. We're very cautious with what we share because oftentimes with these situations, because you were talking about hundreds, thousands of people, we want to be very clear in what we're reporting to you when we have confirmed actual information from law enforcement.
Yes, because that was just coming from one witness who said that they worked in a store. They're giving their account of it. But what we do know is that there have been shots fired out there at the Allen Premium Outlets. Police are on that scene investigating. There have been multiple injuries involved with this, possibly hearing from witnesses, some fatalities involved with this as well. Allen PD investigating along with the ATF. They've been arrived on that scene as well. Again, this is the statement. Governor Abbott has already put out a statement in regards to this, saying that I have been in contact with Mayor and DPS Director McCraw, as well as other state and local leaders, and offered the full support of the state of Texas to local officials to ensure all needed assistance and resources
100%,
are
Gary.
swiftly deployed. So the governor's
nailed
office
it. That's
aware
exactly
of the
right.
situation, putting out that statement about what's happening there. It's going to be a very lengthy investigation that's got to take place out here, because if there are
Thanks for the
fatalities,
support,
that
Gary.
adds to the investigation and what they've
Appreciate
got to
you, my
look
friend.
into. It's a rather large crime scene. I mean, I know they narrow it down. They have the police tape around the area specifically they're looking at, but they've had to clear all of those stores out there. And it's a massive mall area. According to their website for Simon Property, 120 stores in there that they had to go through. And we've seen the parking lot. We've seen all of the people that were moved across the street, just how many people were out there as they
That is a
continue
massive
this
facility.
investigation.
Yeah, they were moved across to Chelsea Boulevard and Stacy Road. That's kind of just been the area police have moved everybody to. And that's, people can't go home yet because their cars are stuck there, or they're calling family members to come and pick them up. So that's created this extra layer of chaos and confusion to the situation. From my vantage point here in the studio, we have multiple TVs up where we can see the chopper shot. We have a camera that's on the ground there. And I was watching her viewpoint from one of our photographers there, and just the number of people streaming past the camera, walking to try to and go find a ride, to meet a loved one who is coming to pick them up. So it's just so many people in that one area. And we know police are having to make their way through and make sure all those stores are clear. I'm sure they're also going around through the parking lot, checking vehicles. As we know with these situations, they will often bring in, like we said, the ATF comes in, they clear buildings to make sure there's nothing else that could be a threat to anyone. So it's just a very long process.
Yes. Now, we've been getting a lot of information from the witnesses there on the ground that were saw all of this that was happening. We want to listen to another interview coming from a woman describing what she saw out there. Let's take a listen.
I see a lot of people running, and we are wondering like what's happening. So as we are approaching, we hear more rounds, heavy rounds. So I'm looking for my daughter. So I go around very fast, and as I'm approaching the burger, the Starbucks, because my daughter said, shooting. I said, yeah, I'm already here. I'm looking for you. So the cops were already, they were fighting each other. There was dead people on the floor. A lot of people, they were hiding. And as I was going around, they told me to get away, to move out. And I kept on telling them, I'm looking for my daughter. So there was this Mexican family, 3 people murdered. And the dad was, crying for them, and he was wounded as well.
She said
That
3
is
people
one
murdered.
witness's description of what she saw there. She was trying to get to her daughter as all of this was happening, and she's saying she saw 3 victims.
I wonder if this is
involved with
domestic.
this. So that was her description.
I
coming
wouldn't be
from a witness
surprised
who
if
was
this
there
is
on the scene,
domestic.
giving us details of what she saw happening out there. So again, this has been a shooting situation at the Allen Premium
Interesting,
Outlets.
Vector.
It happened just about 4 o'clock there in Collin County at the Allen Premium Outlets. The Allen PD, ATF, several other agencies on that scene investigating what has taken place there. We are still waiting to hear from police
No doubt,
investigators
Robert.
about what has happened
No
there,
doubt,
the
my friend.
injuries, and we will be getting more. We're hoping to get an update from them at some point, as they may give a briefing.
I'm seeing more condolences shared on social media. As earlier, we shared with you thoughts from Governor Abbott tonight. Representative Keith Self, the former Collin County judge, now a representative for that area, writes, "We are devastated by the tragic news of the shootings that took place at the Allen Premium Outlets today. Our prayers are with the victims and their families and all law enforcement on the scene," adding that this is an ongoing situation, but Allen PD has full control of the scene. Self goes on to write that, quote, "A shooter is down and there are multiple casualties. They are continuing to work to ensure the scene is safe. The public is being asked to stay away from that area." Again, this has come from Representative Keith Self, saying that there are multiple casualties and the shooter is down.
That is some
Oh man.
good information to have there. If they're saying the shooter is down, that means they have the situation a little bit more contained. There's not necessarily a definite threat to the community or surrounding area. So that is kind of good to hear there. As you're looking at, they were talking
Travis,
about the
that's what's
active
happening
shooting that
here
has
in this
taken place
Dallas
at the
area.
Allen
Dallas is
Premium
turning
Outlets there
blue
in Collin County
big
as this
time.
investigation continues. So good information there coming from the representative.
I'm just scanning social media right now, just looking for some other responses that we have seen to this. I noticed when we were coming out here to do our reports, I was already getting calls from people all around the country that they had heard about what had taken place, and checking to see, are you okay? That is what we do in these situations now. I had friends in Atlanta, and when we had the shooting there earlier this week, checking in, seeing, are you okay? And it's just a sad reality of the world we live in now when these situations happen, and they happen so often now in our own backyard, of you wanting to check out and reach to loved ones and make sure that everyone is okay, that But again, Representative Self at least confirming that there are victims and that the shooter is down. But we have not yet heard from Allen Police there on scene. As we know, the ATF has also responded. We haven't heard from them. I'd be curious to know if the FBI has responded to this incident. We have not yet heard from the Dallas office if they are assisting in this investigation. But we have seen multiple agencies, probably every agency in Collin County, responded to this call when it came out just after 4 o'clock.
Exactly right.
One thing we were looking at
all
there,
these
we
people.
saw the line of the ambulances.
These two guys they interviewed were carried.
To go in. A little while ago,
I don't know if they took the guy out, though.
Some
It
of
sounds
them
like
start
police
moving
did.
into the scene area. That gives you an idea that they have secured the scene. You obviously won't see the fire personnel going into an active scene until they officers have secured it and call it as secured and safe. So once we started seeing the ambulances kind of moving into a position,
appreciate all your support, my friends.
And kind of gives you an idea that they probably have now secured the scene enough for the emergency personnel to move into that area. And that would kind of go along with what the representative was saying. If the shooter is down, if he's confirming that, then that lets you know the scene is now secure in that situation.
Which is what we thought when we were first seeing these images, because we were watching people, by the time our chopper was in the air, calmly walk and evacuate the area. But you never know, because usually police would have kept everyone in those stores until they
definitely
thought
carry
the threat was
MSB
over,
9021.
This kind of all tracks with what we know from covering these situations.
And yes, the story
it would
looks
appear
to
that they
disappear
probably
very
have gotten
soon.
everyone out of those stores by now. It's just kind of a management of crowd control, of getting everyone across the street, and then also going through those stores and through those areas and checking for anything that could be evidence in this crime scene.
As we're looking now, the officers are still walking around the mall area, and it looks like they're still going down by some stores. But in the last 30, 45 minutes, we have not seen any more appear to be civilians walking out of that mall area or back across the street to where everyone else was moments ago. It's just the officers that appear to still be kind of securing the area, making sure that they're going through and checking in and making sure they're not missing anybody or nobody's still locked in one of the stores and, they don't know that they're there. But we definitely see them looking at the area. But again, shots fired, Allen Premium Outlets, that happened just about 4
Allen,
o'clock.
Texas.
We do know multiple injuries. Representative confirming that the shooter is down on this, and that they do have multiple
essentially a Dallas suburb
situation happening at the Allen Premium Outlets. We've watched people walking out of there. The scenes that we've seen for the active shooter scenes all across the country, people coming out with their hands up, hands on top of their heads. And it's heartbreaking to see because it's families. We saw little kids and parents, with their
think it's
baby
domestic
strollers leaving a scene like this. Is just, terrifying that it's happening out there.
And, listening to some people at first, they don't think it's gunfire. They think, oh, it's something else going on. But as that one shopper Alana spoke with, you heard repeated
with all these people there,
going on,
all these people,
it clicks. Okay, there's something.
This was targeted.
Something dangerous that's going on out front. And if you're
gang
looking
related
at the shot here, our producers just telling us, we've noticed, and you can see officers now kind of walking in between people's cars. Looks like they're now checking in these vehicles. Just kind of giving them a little look, making sure there's not anyone in the vehicles. When they respond to these active shooter scenarios and investigations, even
that
if they
tells
think
me they
the
think it
threat
might be
is
gang
over,
related,
that the suspect or gunman is down, they still do a very big sweep of the area to make sure there are no explosives, that there's nothing else that could be a danger or a harm to people. So that's going to take them quite a while to go through this parking lot and just kind of do their due diligence and make sure there's nothing else that could be a threat.
It's really been interesting to hear from the witnesses that we've been talking to. Our reporters there on the scene have been talking with. We've had witnesses that has described they were seeing the shots happen at the front of their store, the bullets hitting the brick pillars in front of their singles pops and them hitting the floor. And then, you know, after the shots stopped for just after they stopped for just a little bit, then they ran into the back room, barricading themselves in a secure back room, but could see security cameras where they claim they saw a gunman walking past and seeing somebody getting shot. We do have that some witness sound for you, and we do want to warn you, the way they describe what they see is very graphic, but we are just going to let it play for what we're hearing from people there on the ground and some of the things they're describing. Keep in context, this is just one person describing what they claim they saw there on that scene. Let's take a listen.
Agreed, Fred.
We start hearing,
Listen to these
rock,
guys.
rock. No way. We thought it had to be roofing. He walks up, he's seeing the pillars in front of our store get hit by rounds. So it was right about then where both me and Eli, we hit the ground and we used our concealed carry weapons and we were sitting at the door. Man, it felt like a long time passed. Let's hit the back. So we ran to the back, barricaded it with some concrete bricks, and then right then on the security camera, thank God we went in the back at that time. We saw him walk right by, masked up, fake police outfit on, heavyset Mexican guy. We 4 rounds, boom, stop for a bit. We go up front, bear crawl to the front. I looked to the left, and I thought it was a cop at first. I seen his head shot. A lot of blood, brains, gray matter, all on the ground in front of the store.
Again, that is just one person who claims he worked in one of the stores, giving a description of what he claims that he saw out there in this situation. But we've been hearing, you know, several witnesses out there describing that they heard the shots fired, that they saw, you know, bodies on the ground. They were hearing the gunshots and the amount of gunshots that they say that they heard out there. And one of the things they talked about is how the stores reacted. I mean, they were locked down in a store. The stores have a protocol now.
If you guys have I see that a bunch of you guys are looking at that. If he has dash cam footage, I'd love to see that. If somebody could email me at paul@legallyarmedamerica.com, that's paul@legallyarmedamerica.com. I'd appreciate that.
Hands on their heads to clear that area.
Yeah, one shopper praised
Thank you, Joseph.
the employees there at her store for getting them to safety. We heard from another employee who helped a woman who had been shot, got her inside the store and bolted the doors and got her to safety and tended to her, you know, to take care of her until paramedics could arrive. But just a very chaotic situation that unfolded here just after 4 o'clock this afternoon. They're at the Allen Outlet Malls. What you're looking at here from Chopper is the scene across the street. This is just kind of at the corner of Chelsea Boulevard and Stacy Road. That's where police have directed everyone to go to. So that's where everyone is there kind of just waiting to see, will they be able to get their car soon? Do they need to call for a ride and have someone come pick them up, which is more than likely the best possible scenario is having someone come and pick them up at this point, because we just don't know when this area is going to be cleared. I want to go back to.
Again, folks, look how many people are here. If this was not a target hit and this had been somebody trying to shoot just as many people as they could, I would believe that far more than just these amount of people would have been shot and or killed. This sounds like a targeted hit, whether it be gang related, cartel related, domestic, whatever. This does not seem like your run of the mill mass shooter as the media would like it to be. Since this was a Hispanic guy in a fake police outfit, I look for this to disappear quickly.
That's where much of the investigation seems to be focused on, is right in that area in front of the mall. Right now, we want to go to Allie Spilliard. She's there on the ground. I know, Allie, you've been speaking to people. What have you learned?
Katie, there's a lot of chaos still. That's really the best way to put it for people who had to shelter in place. Like, now we see them here sitting, waiting for answers, waiting to get to their cars. But before this, they were all sheltering, they tell me, for about an hour, either hitting the floor of stores, going into back rooms or bathrooms, and sitting and waiting for police to come and bring them across the street, like scenes we have seen so many times before. For those who were outside of stores when this all happens, they say there was a lot of panic. I was talking with one woman who actually was trying to find her daughter at the moment this all started. And she says that police actually forced her from her car and told her she needed to run because the shots were happening. Here's what she told us about that moment.
I see a lot of people running, and we are wondering like what's happening. So as we're approaching, we hear more rounds, heavy rounds. So I'm looking for my daughter. So I go around very fast, and as I'm approaching the burger, the Starbucks, because my daughter said, shooting. I said, yeah, I'm already here. I'm looking for you. So the cops were already, they were fighting each other. There was dead people on the floor. A lot of people, they were like, hiding. And as I was going around, they told me to get away, to move out. And I kept on telling them, I'm looking for my daughter. So there was this Mexican family, 3 people murdered. And the dad was, crying for them, and he was wounded as well.
Yeah, and we have heard from several people now out here that they did see victims. Of course, we are waiting on police to confirm exactly how many people were shot.
Friends, I'm going to take my phone and my device with me. I have to go check on something real quick. I'm going to leave this stream up. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just not going to be on camera here, which not that you guys care about that. But I will be on the live stream. So look for me on the live stream here in a second. I'm going to leave this up. Stay with me, guys. We'll try to figure out what's going on here.
Not able to find each other until they made it here across the street like so many others. And now they're just waiting to get back to their car and head home as they try and process everything they've been through today, like everyone else here.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to hear her talking and thinking about a mom not being able to find their daughter and all that chaos. Allie, we were hearing a lot of alarms go off in the background. Are those car? They sound like car alarms to me.
Yeah, Katie, that noise is coming from the direction of the mall. We are just across the street right now. I am not sure exactly what it is. You're right. It does sound like car alarms. Not sure if it has anything to do with the building, but there is a very heavy police law enforcement presence here. So it ceased for now. We're going to have to wait and see what that is.
Yeah, it may be from your vantage point. I know you can't see this, but from Chopper, we're watching police now walk through the parking lot. Looks like they're going around checking cars. So that very may well be what is causing that noise to go off. I was just curious from your perspective. Allie, I'll let you get back to talking to people. We'll come back to you in a little bit. Thank you.
All right, we are going to take a break here for just a little bit. We're going to join you back in just a little bit to bring you the very latest details as we continue to gather more.
Gabriel Iglesias, October 14th.
What if someone tries to kidnap you? Well, they're gonna earn it.
Zach Brown Band, October 27th.
And a little bit of chicken fried.
Travis Tritt and Pat Green, December 1st. And Tim McGraw, December 2nd. All on stage at the new Lucas Oil Live, only at WinStar World Casino and Resort.
Ever get the feeling that calls to your payroll company are being answered by robots? This is pretty standard for payroll companies offering HR services. When you call our team at Trend HR, you can always expect to be greeted by a live, qualified HR professional. Why? Because nothing can replace a real local Texan when you have real HR issues. Uh-oh. Looks like automation has its limit. Here, let me help you with that. Do what you do best and let us handle the rest. Call us today or visit us at trendhr.com.
Don't let a gut bomb destroy your day. Power up with new smoothie bowls. Choose between a Pitaya or acai base, handcrafted with toppings like crunchy Purely Elizabeth granola, ripe mangoes, fresh berries, and a savory peanut butter drizzle. Only at Smoothie King.
In Las Vegas, the most popular food is broccoli. Yeah, that's the only food. They have broccoli smoothies and broccoli pancakes and broccoli ice cream and broccoli hot dogs. And of course, they have raw, unseasoned broccoli
Daddy?
with stems.
I don't want to go to Las Vegas with you and Mommy tomorrow.
Oh, are you sure? Are you sure you don't want to go? It'll be so much fun.
Okay, Baylor Scott and White now offers virtual care anytime because that isn't the cure for everything.
Even if it's organic.
Even if it's organic. IBSW Health, now 24/7.
Meredith Land, NBC5 News at 5 and 6.
3, 2, 1, ready, set, go.
It is the first Saturday in May. There is no better place to be than right here.
Roughly 80,000 fans stuffed into this infield.
This is the place to be.
The horses only beat the fashion by a nose. That is how you show up to the Kentucky Derby. 3, 2, 1.
It's all coming together like bourbon and mint.
Riders up! They're off in the Kentucky Derby.
3, 2, 1, ready, set, go.
As they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby. 15-1 shot gets it done. We'll see what happens and who's with us in 2 weeks in Baltimore. 148th Preakness, the People's Party, right here on NBC. As we look forward to that, everyone celebrates, and the horse just kind of heads on back and gets to hang out and enjoy a nice, quiet moment. This has been a really interesting as we count down to the USFL game coming in 3.5 minutes. Guys, I'm thinking about, we had 2 more horse fatalities. We've had 7 here since last Thursday. We had the 5 scratches. This is an industry that is under a microscope right now, and that will be a